Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? All right. Set up here. We had a lovely storm that came through here. Had to adult a little bit. We lucked out and only knocked down some of the smaller new branches out of the tree, but yeah, some people didn't luck out so much. All right, shall we get going? I think we should keep going. I don't know if we'll finish it, but we might finish the game today. If we don't finish it today, we'll probably start Eternal Edge, which I believe the developers were inspired by Zelda Breath of the Wild. All streams are awesome, dang it. All of my streams are awesome. Continue. Hey, Salty. How's my fourth? Good, good. Yes, we got hit by the storm. Us ourselves lucked out. But, yeah. We have a neighbor kind of behind us that, Thank you, Salty. Yeah, it's there's a neighbor kind of kitty corner behind us had a trampoline that wasn't staked well enough. hit their neighbor's fence, bent it, flew across their yard, hit their other fence, really bent it, went over their fence, skipped the other neighbor's one side of his fence, hit like 3 houses down, hit his fence, and kind of wrapped around his fence. So it really destroyed it. He put his fence in like a couple weeks ago. So, it's not good. But we're out there talking to the neighbors, and all we had to do is pull out some branches from my gutters. That's all we had to do. Pick some up in the yard. We lucked out. Yeah, that sucked for them. Why am I here? I gotta go back across the bridge. Because we gotta talk to the African girl, I believe. I believe that's where we left off. Yeah, this girl. Ah. Alright, you gonna let me talk to her?
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds.
Yep.
I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Nayla?
Nayla. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice.
Yeah.
And to find them, I need Nayla's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped
Did you get
us,
hit by the
so
storm
maybe
there,
your
Salty?
words are not empty. You can speak to Nayla if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
Hello, Nayla? My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Nayla, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm not.
A little bit of drive to Hayward,
good
isn't it?
at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Nayla doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
Alright, so we gotta go to the man's place. Visitor might have wanted on the photo. Visitor intention might have been to locate the terrible photograph. The filer is a high-ranking official. Badges such as these usually awarded high-ranking officials. The filer from the photograph might be one. We need to talk to Tewksbury. About 35 minutes. Yeah, winter might kind of suck driving that far. I'm lucky I work from home.
You still here?
Evidence.
Go and bother someone else with this, son.
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
A respectable businessman in Scaladio. His company imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumors, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
Oh, well. I grew up in a town of like 300 people, so I definitely know how that is. So that's all I needed.
You're disturbing a hornet's nest here, son.
Buzz.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, so that's done. So we gotta find this Bernadotti. It's about a shady deal into the camp, but he doesn't seem surprised about his colleagues being involved in such an operation. Business son from Odio. Town hall, maybe? Even one small town for another, but it's a change of scene. It's true. Let's see. Refugee camp said he had a certain possessive test such as this one. The business end from Dio, who's rumored to run a smuggling chain. If he runs a business, City Hall, right? I think City Hall. Let's try City Hall. Yeah, let's try City Hall. Let's step out here. I'm kind of.
Sherry,
Whoa.
wait. You might want to settle all the matters in the camp before leaving.
Oh.
You probably won't be coming back here anytime soon.
Okay.
May I ask for your assistance?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Do I need this selected for the talk to this dude?
You're disturbing a hornet's nest here, son.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Talk to him about that. Nothing with the picture. What am I missing? These dudes were already overheard these guys. I believe there's anything else.
At least some of your kind have a heart. Thank you again.
No. What am I missing? Oh yeah, I'm glad that. Yeah, I don't like being stuck
I owe
here.
you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Really irritating.
You're disturbing a hornet's...
Though I'm kind of getting stuck at the moment. Considering they said I shouldn't
Nest here,
leave.
son. You're disturbing a hornet's nest here, son.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Am I supposed to be talking to a refugee here? I mean, I don't. Heard nothing about the shady dealings in the camp, but he doesn't seem surprised about his colleagues being involved in such an operation. Next game is going to be Eternal Edge. I want to give it a try. Will I finish it or something? Depends if it's any good. I believe the developers were inspired by Zelda Breath of the Wild. So I did a demo, or played a game, or played like made a video of it. So like 40 minutes of gameplay of it. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. So we're going to give it a try. I think it's like 25 hours. You don't want me to leave. What am I missing then?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Yeah. Wouldn't expect you guys would. No.
At least some of your kind have a heart. Thank you again.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Not sure what they want me to do. Hey, City Duck, how are you today?
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
I picked all of them. There's no other one. There's nothing to pick from here.
It's a shame we didn't learn more about that scheme the guards were talking about. The corruption and cordon.
No, sir.
flourishes once more.
Now the rules become...
We simply don't have time for this, John. We need to proceed with the case.
Reap the benefits.
Well, I overheard and nobody wanted to talk to me. So, I'm not sure what's going on. If I get 2 stuck, yes. Yes, that would be great. Okay, so City Hall we gotta go. I believe it's City Hall we gotta go. We need to find out who this guy is since he's a business owner. Archives. No? Talk to her again before I can get in the archives?
I'm curious, how did Mycroft recruit you? I doubt you're a field agent. I imagine you work with intelligence.
That's correct. Your brother noticed me when I tracked down a spy at the archives. That's how our cooperation began. And you? Did Mycroft force you into this?
Not at all. We simply have a mutual interest in someone. Or something.
Of course. A fruitful and willing collaboration, I'm sure.
Well, I'm his younger brother. I have to accept the consequences of being a close relative of an official figure.
I suppose, in a way, we are colleagues, Mr. Holmes.
In the remotest way possible, Miss Oni.
Oh, will you let me look in the archives? Oh, maybe that's not the archives. I would assumed it would be since it says archive. Archivist. Oh, archive. Alright. Alright, so we need the dude. Subject, business. He's in Scaladio. Occupation? Haha. Yep. I guess. I think I do. Established in 1873 by Niccolo Bernardati. The main office, southeastern Scaladio Bazaar Road near the crossing with Roman Road. Bernardati Company Limited ships goods between African British colonies and the rest of the United Kingdom, including Cardona. Imports products including food, wine, coffee, everyday goods, and more. Founder of the company is Mr. Niccolo Bernardati, born in Sicilia. Mr. Bernardati moved to London as a 39-year-old businessman. Later the same year, he moved his base of operations to Cardona. In his words, to be closer to the colonies he has a business in. Since Mr. Bernardati arrived in Cardona in 1873, he has become a notable patron in the arts of an investor in Cardona's social well-being. Among his latest contributions in the purchasing of new equipment for police station, aiding the governor in bringing an airship called Led Zeppelin across Germany. So they got it. Okay, so that part's done. Alright, so he is... Bazaar Road near the crossing of Roman Road. So Bazaar and Roman. It's over here. Bazaar and Roman. I thought Bazaar was a bigger road. Here's Bazaar. Okay, and it goes this way. And Roman. Okay, so right here. Mark that. I don't have anything close by. What is this? Loading trader. Get out of here. Okay, so we want to head south. Fortunately, no fast traveling. Nothing near here. Now, this is chapter 1 of this. What makes me confused is it seems like, what it seems like is that the more I'm finding out about my past and dealing with it, I might be losing John. So, considering this is chapter 1, I'm assuming there's going to be other chapters. I don't get what's going to happen. Or do I meet my real life John? Okay, so... Near the crossing of Roman Road. Near the crossing. Here's Roman Road. Bernadette Limited.
It seems they're not expecting guests.
No,
I
they're
won't
not.
wait for an invitation, John. Is this familiar to you?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's beyond my knowledge.
Okay. I get the information that I need. Front door is closed. We should find another way in. I wonder if we should look it up for a British rank. Maybe we should go back. Guess that's kind of close. Let's go back. I must be missing something. Yeah, because the quest mentioned something about British. Okay. Business. Occupation? No. British high-ranking officials. Okay. Let's try that. Here we go. Thomas Norton, born... Thomas Norton? How do I go to Thomas Norton on this? Born in 1840 in London. Graduated from the University of Oxford in 1864. Oh, because this is not for Bernadette. This is for the other guy. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I'm being dumb. In 1869, started working at the Home Office as a secretary. In 1875, he took position as military commissioner in India. Honored by the Queen herself with the Order of the Bath, 1877. March 1st, 1878, was appointed to the British envoy in Cardona with his cabinet in the City Hall. All right, Thomas Norton, City Hall. Is there somebody's name on a door? It is.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business.
Check him out. This devil. To shave. Who needs fun? Who needs to shave? Well, worn, never removed. I'm pretty sure he removes it at some point. Wine? I hope that wouldn't have wine spilled all over him. Days at work late. Rumpled clothes. Eyeballs. Didn't sleep last night. Water the bath looks quite worn. The man is proud of it and never takes it off. The red stain on his wrist indicates that he had recently drank wine. He spills wine all over their hands and just leaves it. His clothes are wrinkled and he barely bothers to shave. His red eyes indicate he may suffer from insomnia or deep anxiety. It looks as if he lives within a nightmare attempting to rid himself of terrible memories of past mistakes. A party goer? Puts himself in depravity of alcohol. Try that. Unshaven face indicate lazy attitude towards his duty. The order of bath looks quite worn. Man is proud of it. That looks good.
Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
On my way here, I was wondering whether you might regret what you did. I tried my best to retain at least a shred of faith in humanity. I had hoped that you would hear her scream, see her face in your dreams, or at least once ask yourself how Naylor might feel.
Who?
Neither of my hopes were fulfilled.
Why are you here?
I want to punch him in the face. Do it.
You defiled a girl who was with child. Don't even pretend that you regret what took place. Do you wonder why I came here? It is because I am disgusted with people like you, and the only way in my mind to rid the world of your ilk is to see you hanging from the gallows.
There you go.
All
Tell him,
right,
Sherlock.
all right. Is it about money, as you said in the letter? I have it, all right? There's no need for violence.
I've never written a single word to you. As you can see, I have a more direct approach.
That letter, it wasn't from you. So what do you want?
Answers, to start with.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes. And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas North.
We don't even know the guy's
British
name. We just
envoy
went in there and
Cordon
just
on a
pecked
military
him.
mission. So, where do we start?
You know Mercurio.
Boniface Mercurio. Does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio.
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
Blackmailing you.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
How can I
I
show
burnt
my
it as soon as I read it.
Ah, yes.
I've left enough
Thank you.
evidence. There's no need for any more.
Thanks for the sub, Sherry. What happened at the party?
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
Tried to steal the painting.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position. Yet, here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes. And I'm no exception. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake. But I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt.
Help the refugees.
Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all.
Help.
Naylor deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through.
All right, let's go to jail.
Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
All right, men, please. The envoy wants to hide the proof. The envoy's interest in the photograph is pragmatic. If he obtains it, nothing will threaten. I know. Don't give him the rip. Hold it. You say you hold it in case he backs out. All refugees are victims of the system. The situation they are in, it can be mended. Oh. British envoy violated Nayla refugee during the party. If a photograph of the crime were to be released, it would ruin his career, or perhaps I could use that leverage to help the refugee camp. Oh. Boy. What do you guys think? Help out the refugees or send them to jail? I don't think I want to give it to him because he can just back out. Right? I think we should probably help the refugees. What do you think? The greater good, you think? Alright, we'll do it. Thomas Norton. Roger has committed a terrible act. Even though he deserves to be brought to justice, I cannot overlook the opportunity to do greater good. Give the envoy the photograph in exchange. All right.
Have you thought it all through?
Punch him again. Just punch him again.
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh. I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
You just put me in a little room.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
Thief is dead.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious.
Mercurio.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio. Perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
Unfortunately, I could not locate the missing painting.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, such disappointing news. Not even a shred of information? The slightest lead?
I'm afraid the case has gone cold.
I suppose if you were unable to find it, no one else could. What a pity. Oh, but I can tell. You learned something else, didn't you? What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important, after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
What is it?
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
About my mother.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear. I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained, specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot
Why are you
imagine
touching
what
me?
you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
Right. No. This is the way up. Alright, let's take a look here. So we got... Go back to home. There's that In for a penny. Oh, I hate that quest. Alright, let's go home. See what we got. Delivered? Is it outside? Oh, how did I miss that? Made.
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Mermaid. I think we need to find out more about that Bernadette guy, too. I think I'm missing something on that. Or maybe I messed it up, since I didn't finish it. I think I messed it up.
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts.
Yeah, I think I messed it
I
up.
can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary.
Mycroft?
I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
Yellowton Museum, you're visiting Kansas trip? Maybe you'll see a mermaid.
Or wrong.
Yes.
It's like this
exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Could do with this dang thing.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something
Brother
huge in the
loves
main
me.
hall.
Female. Fishtail.
It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible. It must have been something else.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
It was my mother. She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
Something with that picture that's highlighted in red, I bet. Right? Maybe?
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of 2 different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us.
Must not have smashed it there, John, if it's still there.
The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that.
Oh, picture means nothing.
Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator, and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
I never saw the point.
Mother
What does it
said this
matter
was
if some
among the hunting
artifact is
trophies of a
real
Scottish
or not?
Viscount.
It still exists. So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been thrilling if it were actually true.
The full plate armour of Sir Robert Swanford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
Yes, yes, that'll help me in a gunfight. Foreign diploma found in the cabinet of curiosities. Someone deliberately ripped it into several pieces. Reassembled and translated, the diploma reads, on behalf of the board of the University of Geneva, Switzerland, we, rectors of the university, noted that Mr. Otto Richter has undergone the test required by the laws and regulations. Confer on him to degree of Doctor of Medicine with the rights of prerogatives so attached.
Clearly, it was deliberately torn. I wonder why someone would do that. The Tulpa, Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
Cutscene through Dune? Oh, I love fantasy books. I'm reading a series right now. Slowly. Busy, but yeah, I love fantasy books. Stuff like that. Movies. Letter from Otto's brother. My dear brother, I've heard you recently arrived on Cordona. Have you come to see me? I do miss our evening conversations, even if we never agreed on our opinions. Cordona is home of a stunning new art gallery, which I visit every Thursday. Meet me there, and do not see Klaus. Left that name behind. Mr. Holmes is a patient of considerable interest, and an ideal test subject to explore some of my theories. I will attempt to repeatedly immerse her in the traumatic situation that precipitated her mental illness. It is my belief that reliving that moment may give her mind a chance to embrace what happened, accept it, and effectively cure itself. I'm confident in my hypothesis and merely need to prove it. In addition, it is fortuitous to be around the broader Holmes family. Perhaps I will be able to also examine the hereditary of psychological traits, be they competencies or disorders. It is already apparent that the family members share an uncommonly high intelligence. It appears that the mother's condition has begun to affect the mind of the youngest boy, Sherlock. While I cannot conduct a proper medical examination due to the protectiveness of the elder son, it seems that the boy suffers ongoing hallucinations in the form of an imaginary friend, John. The Mistborn series. Reading the Mistborn. I'm in the halfway. Where am I? I got the book right here. A little over halfway into the book. Good series. Good series. Like it.
And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets. The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man.
Oh, well. Do I collect anything? Not really. I have a collection of stuff. I have, I don't know, tens of thousands of magic cards from back when I played in, late 90s? Books. You can see, behind me you can't see because of the green screen. We have 2 5-shelf bookshelves and a 3-shelf bookshelf, and almost all of them are my books.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
Please accept my deepest gratitude for your recent help with that personal matter. I shudder to think what may have happened here, were it not for your keen eye and sharp mind. Rest assured, should our paths cross once again, you'll be greeted by a grateful friend. His Honor, Judge McDougal. Yeah, I haven't read much in the past couple years. I've really slowed down on reading. Luciano...
Officer Luciano J. Placido. Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand. This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
Probably with a key.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
Dated 24th of April, 1869. Carefully opened.
Cornwall City Hall writes to inform you that the trial of Dr. Otto Richter in the death of Miss Violet Holmes has been assigned to his Honor, Judge McDougal. Your application for a closed hearing has been granted. You are hereby informed that the prosecution has called you as a primary witness in the trial of Dr. Richter. You must present yourself at the criminal court of Cordona at the dates listed over leaf.
I'm starting to remember something.
The Hammer OD?
Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons.
You have to work one night shift, 1 week per month. Imagine that'd be your reading time.
This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake. 1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire.
I'm waiting for nice weather, and I could just sit out in our backyard.
An archaeological
patio and
find
read.
should be here. It's far better than beneath the old city walls.
Oh, is that our skull that we had? Okay, want to look at anything else to look at?
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable.
Hawkinson and Holman, Chapter 1.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by
Oh.
Wallace Dioram.
Oh, Mycroft. He always acts so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. Another fake Holy Grail. Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him.
Alright, I believe we just got the blanket. Whatever this is. What is that? Looks like a blanket. Cozy.
I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
There must be more. Just guess there's nothing on the shelf since you're in my way. What am I missing? Like a Cthulhu? Missing. I have to be missing something. Nothing there. What was in there? There's something in here that I'm missing. More to this? Look at that. I think so. Vicious psychiatrist. Mycroft did not like the methods Dr. Otto Richter did not trust him. We brought tea. None of those. Okay, let's take a look here. One diploma. Proceed my investigations, okay. Master of unlocking. John asks if I can unlock my craft's drawer in the cabinet of curiosities. The subject for One morning, we were children. John and I tried to spy on Mycroft. Morning footsteps.
Ah, the memory comes back.
Hey,
we snuck
Starbend.
about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
He opened the door to the postman, and they exchanged documents. If it was a real postman, of course.
Well, Mycroft is his first name. Up this way.
The painting on the wall was slightly atilt. He stopped and straightened it.
John Watson, right? That's his doctor friend. Help him solve the mysteries.
Then he threw some logs into the fire and sat in his armchair to read.
It's as boring now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
Wait, John, we never use the fireplace in the mornings. What if... I think this is what we're looking for.
The BB series one with Benedict Cumberbatch. I like that one. That was pretty good. Long shows made it like a movie.
We made it. So what's there?
Liquor.
Single malt whiskey. Mycroft's favourite. Gifted by Queen Victoria herself.
Yeah, I like that show. That was pretty good. Half bottle of fine single malt whiskey, Mycroft's favorite drink. We found it locked in the drawer of the desk, the curiosity cabinet, along with a pile of important documents. Remarkable it seems that the whiskey was a gift of Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself.
Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met. Otto Richter. This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research.
Otto Richter is 45 years old, born to a respectable family in Bern, Switzerland, unmarried, no heirs. Medical practitioner, graduated from the University of Geneva, Switzerland. Graduation was postponed a year due to a minor scandal on one of his placements. Parents died of cholera in 1863. Only remaining family is his brother, Klaus, aged 35. Present whereabouts of Klaus Richter unknown. Last seen, Cordona. Alright. Thought I remember something in my childhood.
I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
Okay.
We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly what. And we didn't have a great view from behind the statue.
Look at that.
Books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
Go. Can't imagine that happening. Okay, I can believe that. I wanted something at the top shelf. Maybe.
Come on, Sherry.
I didn't think I was
Let's
gonna be
go outside. Wait, did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them.
It all happened shortly after the incident in Violet's room on April 9th. Sherry decided to play with artifacts of the Cabinet of Curiosities, and of course, I went with him. As a result, we became unintentional witnesses to an argument between Mycroft and Otto Richter. Sherlock's brother was angry. He was sure that Dr. Richter had done something dubious to their mother, and that had backfired. He called Otto a charlatan.
I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out.
Scary.
Sherry, look! We've got a parcel here. Hurry up and let's see what's inside.
You're Mr. Holmes. I'm waiting for you at Kurt Tizio's mansion in Turquoise Lane across from the Cordona Abbey in northern Grand Serre. Come at once. If inconvenient, come anyway. Your friends always, Victor Gold. P.S. I sent you an appropriate outfit for this place to avoid any necessary complications. I hope it fits.
An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss
Here.
this, Sherry.
All right, so I don't want to go there. No, I don't have anything in that. Okay. So I gotta wait. Nothing else. Okay. Oops. Oops. Turquoise Lane, across from Cordona Abbey. Over here. It might be the closest right there. All right. All right. I've seen Eyes Wide Shut. I'm not sure I really want to go to this party. I gotta run around it anyway. Okay, so that must be the Abbey. Must be this place. Alright, let's wear our creepy outfit. Why am I sad? The nighttime is the right time.
Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy yourself.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
Great. Yes, it's blindfolded too. Instead of wearing a mask. Well, this is my kind of party. I'll be a little... I wonder what's going down here.
What if I write an article?
I haven't
about
seen
these
that movie in a
people?
long time.
Can you help me gather information about Cordona's elite?
Oh my god.
Do you know what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it? Do you know what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it?
Magic Circle. Cultist Architect. Okay. Magic Circle, Cultist Artifact.
Do you
One
know
more.
what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it?
Oh, no. Before Tizio's family, the mansion was owned by an occultist architect. He's dedicated his life to conducting a powerful ritual from the Forgotten Tome, but the ordinary magic circles proved too weak for it. That is why he built this mansion. He and I might not notice that the shapes correspond with certain magical symbols and some walls and cavities. One day, the architect simply disappeared. An ash stain on the floor was all that remained. Perhaps he was successful in his endeavor.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more piece, and I can expose these base hedonists. Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
And you still need a crack, despite being ethereal. These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult ones. Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with their feelings. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
Don't think there's anything else.
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
He must just know the mask.
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
I'd rather not see
what
this
is
part.
on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
Huh. You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, and something to smoke, or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual, a potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
Prerequisites.
My mind is my most valuable asset, and a finely tuned instrument I will not risk impeding its function. My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next? Visit the victims? Ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
Take it for study.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then well, perhaps it would be puerile to overlook an opportunity to study it. I'll take it with me.
Yes, Sherlock. Very good. And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute.
Anything pop up for the quest? Yellow press. John asked me to look for information might use to write an article exposing the elite.
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. The whores, at a guess?
Can I talk to these people that... No. Can I say something to Werner?
My husband thinks I am playing bridge here.
Joke's on you, your husband's right there with the girl.
Let Fabio speak for himself.
Alright, alright. Let Fabio speak for himself.
Nanchio's had to enforce the masks after the scandal.
Hey, we got them all. People described the scandal from the previous party. Vice Governor Cowden was found by his wife to be a Prussian duchess in a company of young men. Although the marriage was intended to be a political one, the emotions of the duchess were real. The incident instigated a political crisis between Cordona and Prussia. Though there were only a few notes to protest, the governor fired his protege.
I'll pin them down, Biscoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Rumor has it. This door here, maybe? Oh. I wasn't expecting this.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
I have a feeling Werner is like bad guy.
The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony. This elaborate box must be for the ritual dagger. This oil has a slight aroma of flowers and olive. The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
Anything else here before we examine the body?
The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain.
They wash their hands.
Identical to the robes the guests are wearing. This is a different ritual.
Bonus scenario, some of the ritual remark written at the beginning, it says, read and rehearse this rite. Please use. Naked woman lies on the altar on a bed of flowers, symbolizing their Gaia. The one who leads the ritual oils the body of the woman to awaken her inner fertility. Participants should chant at this moment and call forth the man who can please Mother Gaia. The man who will impersonate the principle of life may come to engage in sexual congress with her. Alright. Don't ignore the guests, Batista, and stop boring them. They don't want to hear about your stupidities. They want to see how beautiful they are, how generous you could be towards them. You are here to please us and celebrate life. Remember, each guest paid a great deal to be with you.
How can anyone accept such behavior?
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set.
Thanks.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Manchios. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
Would you recognize me in one of these? I suppose not.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains.
Mend the body.
This crude tattoo partially covers a slave branding.
How can I show my appreciation?
This golden handle has a bloodstain on it.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the sub.
The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. A blunt-force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it. The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. He died right here.
Hey, Werner.
Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
This guy
That's
doesn't
murder.
have any emotion type.
I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts. But I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right. Pull yourself together, Werner.
Who's Manchios?
Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
How'd you find the body?
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Huh. Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
You know the victim.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio,
You
or
know, yeah,
wanted
he is.
to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic.
Just makes me
Fat
think he's like one of the
Wallace
villains
fought
in the
for
movies
privilege of
where
having him.
he's
He offered the pleasures of performance,
leading him on the
and
whole time.
more.
You don't realize he's the villain. Tell me about the ritual.
What about the fertility ritual?
I could be completely wrong.
There was something
I
about
just get that
Fabio
feeling
being
about him.
a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil. Not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
Well, I don't think he's going to get
Begins with
pregnant.
a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
Room open?
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
Police know nothing?
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
Not wrong. Okay, I didn't look all the way through here. He was here recently.
Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion. Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
Oh, that's where they hit him in the head with, huh?
Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened.
All right.
An open wound spoiled the carpet.
They must have been sitting here smoking a cigar. Some type of argument, somebody hit them in the head. The bottle. And then stabbed him. Fabio was killed in a ritual murder. Fabio was sacrificed on the altar during an occult ritual. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Okay, the key. Solve that. private room where guests can smoke in comfort. There were droplets of blood on the carpet. Wine bottle stained. Okay, yeah. Oh.
A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood.
Look at this again. Sympathetic, sobering up, German artist. On the floor.
The wounded person was here for some time. A bloody handprint on an armchair. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps, perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
Well, good. Alright, so let's go into the room. We'll start. Begin. Oh, didn't stab him. About right. That could be right. No. That would be right. I would assume that'd be right. More in the other room. Yeah. Store that. Yep.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Oh, probably because I don't know who the person is.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge. Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here.
Have you assaulted a nearby room? Ritual is covered. I believe the ritual is a cover. There we go. Murder had a key to the altar room. Murder was in a possession of a key to the altar room and locked the door. No, none of that. We found out who had the key to the altar room. Shrink the circle of suspects. Becca then hurried, locked the door. Fabio was dying. At the time, Fabio was dragged to the altar, pierced his chest with a dagger. Yep. I don't know if I can figure out who had the key, though. I might have to go... I can't look at it. Alright. I guess we'll talk to him.
I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
I'll try that.
The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar room?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars. You can't miss him. But please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry.
Oh, yeah. You?
Oh, there's beauties. Manchio's is the best, as always.
Kurt Manchios, I presume. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Who has access?
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I still think it's Matista. Because, when they're trying to drag him, it looked like they're having a hard time dragging the body. So I figured it's a woman that's having a hard time dragging him, and he bled a lot right there on the spot. I could be wrong. That's my line of thinking.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos...
Somewhere.
Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on?
Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
I wasn't expecting this. Oh my god! A little bit of priest brutality there. Okay.
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologize for the inconvenience, Your Grace.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in his letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
Knew my mother?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
Hey, Bob. Hey, Rala. How are you tonight? Perhaps we can negotiate?
Perhaps we can negotiate. I could be quite useful.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
I drink pop, well, for a long time, so I don't think the caffeine works as well unless it's like an energy drink. Like last night I had an energy drink, but then again I stayed up to like 3 a.m.
Look, I found Werner.
I don't know if any of that's gonna work. Constable Oswald freed me, said I could find the documents relating to my mother's death in exchange, helping solving this case. Is there something there I'm supposed to read? Oh yeah. White on white's kind of hard to see. Following the report from a witness of a satanic ritual who claimed to have found a body, the raid on Manchio's mansion was granted. It resulted in the arrest of multiple suspects and dispersal of a group in masks and robes caught in the act of grossly indecency and unnatural behavior. The body of the victim was found lying on the altar with a knife wound in his chest. The officers identified the victim as Fabio 20, a local performer and artist. Arrested suspects: V. Vogel. V. Vogel had a letter insulting nature in his possession which had been written by the victim. He claims he had found the body. He's infamous for his eccentric personalities. Me carried a murder weapon. A dagger with the victim's blood. On the other items of the evidence, he was invited by another suspect, Vogel, presumably to obstruct the official investigation. Machios, the owner of the mansion, organizing a satanic party, paid the victim who participated in the ritual. He had access to the crime scene. Batista, Fabio's partner and participant in the ritual, tried to escape, resisted arrest. Owned a book with a description of the ritual performed on the altar. Some of the guests are temporarily detained for further questioning. Let me look at it.
Back on track to solve the case.
The writer of this ticket has permission to inspect all evidence in case 6260. I Santos Pachetti am witness to reports of suspicion of murder at Manchio's mansion in Grand Surrey. During the preparations for a social party, I heard loud noises from the closed altar room. Immediately, I thought the sacrifice of a living being, overviewed by none other than Kurt Manchios. There was blood on the walls, strange symbols, and a dagger in the heart. As soon as I was able to think clearly, I rushed to the police station to report my findings. The station responded to deposition by sending patrol. The witness... Okay. So again, I still think it's the girl. Still think it's the girl. What do you think?
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors.
Batman
Although
Origins?
I don't mind meeting young officers. The new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boars again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy, after all.
I need to examine you first.
All right, let's check him out. Little schnoz. Where's makeup? Washed hands in a hurry. That could be because of his makeup. Lavishly expensive. Rash from exposure to hair dye. Hides his age. Or cleanliness. Yeah, it works for both. I think he likes to hide his age. Yeah, we're gonna wear makeup to hide your age. Look at that.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
More about the events.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here, with you alone.
Why did you invite Vogel?
Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
Embrace the old age.
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party.
Whom do you invite?
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true laborers, I see.
What was Fabio like?
What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits. Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
An expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
In archive. Oh, I gotta go to the archives too. Well, I don't want any of these. Let's leave it.
I appreciate your cooperation,
Go to the archive.
Mr. Manchios. Wait just a moment, I have something to check.
How's one get out of here?
Did you hear Basilio Capello is in jail? A dead body was found in his showroom.
Dead and safe.
Did you hear Basilio?
We've got to fall back, Sherlock.
Armor.
I think they're suspicious. Or they were checking you out.
Did you hear Basilio?
Curious has been piqued by talk of Basilio Capello, the owner of the famous Armor Capello Home Security Company, has been arrested. The situation is quite peculiar. A man named Niccolo Detti had been found dead inside a safe in Basilio's store. Basilio claimed innocence, but the evidence is against him. He's being held in holding cells at the police station.
In the police? Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We can just stand around and look confused.
Right now. Let me back up. What am I supposed to look at here for the evidence? Oh, he will be in the archive. Maybe I don't need to be in the archives. Never mind, I read that wrong. Let's let him drink alcohol right here in the police station. Nobody in there. I believe that's the room I was in. I accuse you.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
His end was predictable.
Fabio knew the risks. Selling his body to degenerates who hid behind robes and masks, it could not end well.
That's only your distorted understanding of safety.
A lot of makeup.
Officers here, they wear robes
with
and
their
masks
neck?
too. It's a dangerous lifestyle. But it's not as though we were given many other choices.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
Now it makes me wonder, look at her neck. I wonder if something happened to her neck and she hit him. Obtained recently. Bit of a cult tattoo. Clean hands. Nervous, nail bit. Oh, jeez. Old and healing cut, self-inflicted. Slave. Inflicted by blinding her, okay. She was chained? Yeah, shackled. Punish herself for the past? Still say from her body. I don't know. I'm gonna say this because she made that weird comment about this body. Try that. Former Fabio's partner had a difficult life. She was branded and enslaved while still a child. While enslaved, she met Fabio, hence their similar branding. Old scars are the result of her slavery. During adolescence, she continues to be haunted by these traumatic experiences. Tisa seems to be pragmatic about her body after years of abuse. She tells herself to the guests who do whatever they want to her. She's not afraid to step over the line. Also, Batista marks her body with ink.
You have both old and new scars. Some from the time when you were a slave with Fabio. Other scars have a different origin. The guests pay good money to torment you?
I am skilled in giving pleasure, but I don't participate in such practices.
I thought your body was...
For sale? It's true. Many unwanted things were done to my body. And the pain helped me to discover...
Occult deities? Yes, the tattoo speaks loudly of it.
Yes. Your gods abandoned me, and the ones I favor now are more protective of me.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Cordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
Where did you get those bruises?
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes.
Can I talk to her again?
I know I can handle the news.
Can't. Oh, nobody in there. Nobody in there.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What did you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with a constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation.
Your least
I
favorite?
find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
I wouldn't lie.
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope.
I can't follow you here. 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 I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
Yeah,
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you.
Hey,
well,
Andrew.
Then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
That's not something I know much about. That's not something I know much about. That's not something I know much about.
Well, why not? What do you know?
I've no idea about that. That's not something I know much about.
Hey, wait. This is about himself.
You'd better ask someone else.
Okay.
Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Manchios?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police.
Okay.
That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that.
Must be something else, right?
I've no idea about that. That's not something I know much about. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that.
I was going to ask him everything.
You'd better ask someone else. You'd better ask someone else.
You bought an expensive pair
There we
of
go.
cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
So, gotta find Santos.
This area is restricted.
Oh, okay. My place. I got a whole bunch of stuff. Fresh bruises. Thesis suffered bruises on her body from brutal interactions with guests during the party. Kurt Machio's carefully prepared himself for depravity. Alright. I don't think it's him, so I'm gonna do this for now. I don't believe it's him. Wonder if he was jealous. Could be a jealousy thing, but I don't know. Chetty's a suspect who should be arrested and questioned. He had a key, which he did not mention in his disposition. Okay. Vogel held the letter. Don't know about that one. During the fight, smoking lunch, Fabio bruised. See, this one I could believe. This is where I'm thinking happened. I could be wrong, but this is what I'm thinking happened. That he attacked her and she fought him off. So we're going to stick with that for now. Yep, he had feelings. I think there's, I might need more now. So we gotta find Santos guy.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think?
Oh, I see. I didn't know what he looked like. It could be him if he's small.
I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Thank you.
Oh. Working together, huh, John?
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be him. Psoriasis or an allergy? Oh, there's blood on his shoes. Stepped in blood. He could have done that when he found the body. Repaired multiple times. Colored more than once. I'm gonna say it's financial difficulties. That seems probably the best bet, I bet. Or is he a terrible miser? Servant at Manchio's mansion, despite being employed at the highest position within the household, he appears to be poor. Body shows symptoms of psoriasis. Mr. Pinchetti hides his damaged skin under layers of makeup. The majordomo's suit has multiple holes, which has been patched or sewn to renovate the suit's look. Mr. Pinchetti has died. Bet you he's no. I bet you he makes decent money. You miser.
Is your greedy nature responsible for the lack of taste and attention to your appearance? The cheap makeup, shabby and dyed clothes? How do you explain those,
You
Major
did that,
Domo?
bug eyes.
The means to practice my profession are limited. I'm sorry you noticed it, sir.
The parties overshadowed your state. You are lucky Kurt Manchios's attention was concentrated elsewhere. In a decent household, you would be asked to leave for far less.
Yes, his attention was undoubtedly concentrated on something other than my appearance.
But one detail stands out on your dirty rags and shoes. The drops of blood.
Oh, that. I don't know anything about it.
You know the victim.
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always, Fabio-centric?
And Matista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker.
I wonder
she
if
was
he did
tasked
it.
with entertaining the guests.
Jealous.
Unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
I wonder if he is jealous. Santos Pinchetti failed to notice bloodstains on the side of his shoes while cleaning himself after the murder. Alright. No, that's not gonna work. Santos Pinchetti informed the police. Yes. Mr. Bloodspatter. Yeah, see, that could be it too. He could have just stepped in it. None of those. Okay. I don't know. I want to make sure I talked to everybody and got all the information.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Or not.
I know you can untangle this mess.
I know I can handle the news.
All right. Seems to be it. Can't talk to anybody else.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Oh, maybe I needed that highlighted. Try that and talk to people.
I know I can handle the news.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Please let me out.
The air here is rather refreshing.
Okay, that didn't help me out at all. At all. None of these match. It's like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Try that. I don't. None of these are gonna work. What am I missing?
I'd even recommend that some of my friends visit the place.
Oh wait, here we go.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Small note attached to the will says, Santos, a hopeful slug. You begged me to include you in the will, so I did. Here's my latest revision of the will. Kurt, text of the will under the note. Santos Pachetti, the major domo of the Manchio's mansion, receives a jar of mustache wax and salt lamp that he might always remember his caring employer. Oh my god. All right.
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a major domo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love. Cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a major domo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers. While he wastes our estate's property on decadent parties, he paid Fabio handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
I've no idea about that.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
I don't think it's gonna have anything to do with
I know
her.
I can handle the news.
All right. Teddy has been forced to work with Kurt Manchio's desperate hope of obtaining heritage, but it hasn't paid off. None of those. Now I'm thinking it's Santos.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers. Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
What am I missing? It's not evidence on these tables, is it? I've just missed it. See anything there?
Please let me out.
You've got a lot to do, Sherlock.
What am I missing? I don't really have anything else on here, and then nobody will talk to me. None of these match up. You'd think those two would go together, but I guess not. What? I can't get in there. Can't talk to him.
Please let me out.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Listen, what am I missing? Nobody will talk to me. These don't match up. Like I missed something. I don't know what I missed. Is there other evidence in here? Look at evidence? I can't look at evidence. Crimes. We're gonna do violent crimes. Evidence. Victim. Yep. No. It was done in Ransere. I don't know if that's gonna work. Drawing a blank here. I want to be there. Oh, evidence room.
Good day. Your
It has
ticket,
something with
please, if you
Fabio
want me
or
to help
something?
you.
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't you understand what a ticket is?
That's so much stuff.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting
Oh,
detective.
hey, I see.
His
How
partner,
you
then?
doing?
Let me see. Oh, a ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second. I'll bring it to the table.
Well, I don't know. Where were you last watched? I see.
It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner. All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring.
Letter that was found in Vogel's evidence box. Is your mind unsound? You cannot control your bitterness, not around me anyway. For me, it's too great risk to ignore that kind of behavior. I can speak, and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Matista. You pay me, but you haven't bought me. Of course, I'll keep all your generous donations, even though they hardly compensate for the last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you, although Matista will still be around. Fabio. Oh.
Not the time for privacy. An emergency kit for boredom. Werner's personal sketchbook. A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings.
Come on. You had it? You had it. There.
Her key to the altar room. That's not for bedtime reading.
Or maybe it is.
This Ex Libris belongs to Manchios Library.
Police found this occult book in Batista's bag during the arrest. According to the Ex Libris, tome was taken from Mr. Manchio's collection. It had illustrations and descriptions of a ritual similar to the crime scene. Prepare the naked body of recently deceased object of interest. Draw symbols of Mars and Venus to enhance the power. Yeah, but you don't stab the guy. Enhance the power you possess. Use the powers. Use the force of male and female nature. Pierce the heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. Draw the symbol representing your love while waiting for the resurrection. Recite the charm.
The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Thank you, officer.
No, that's gonna help me at all. Oh, geez. How long do you have to continue with the physical therapy? Jeez. Yikes. Not in the match. Oh, there we go. According to Santos Pinchetti, in the content of the letter, it may have been addressed to Kurt Manchios. But none of those match. Let's go talk to suspects. Love opening doors with my face.
I have nothing to add.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh. That could be. I never thought Mr. Manchios could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
This book, The Power of Love, Blood and Mandrake, what do you hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so.
Practice occultism?
Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
What's in your right hand for my ring? Yikes.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
She didn't ask me. How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were inspiration for the rituals you performed?
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage to show some of their forbidden pleasures.
At least it's getting better. It's getting better.
Please let me out.
Oh.
I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
Alright, so I talked to him. This has to be about right, or at the end of it. Okay. Fabio shattered Kurt Manchio's feelings. Alright, it could be like everybody. Vogel took the letter under influence. Werner Vogel took the letter himself whilst under the effects of various substances. Maybe? Maybe? Now I'm starting to think it's actually Manchios. Tisa may have performed the ritual on Fabio to bring his love back. No more. Why are you telling me in my place? Probably because I have something that doesn't match up. Did that. Did that. I don't think he hurt her, so... Carmentia was heartbroken and panicked. He did not mean to kill Fabio. The improvised ritual was a desperate attempt to cover up the crime. A prison sentence should be enough for a harsher punishment. I like this one. I believe this is probably the right one. I don't think it's Batista now. He's an old man, so he might have had a hard time dragging him. I don't know. We're gonna do this one. Kurt Manchios killed Fabio in cold blood. He staged the crime as a ritual to blame Batista. He planted the letter in Vogel's pocket to avoid suspicion. Manchios had no consideration for the life of others and deserved to be hanged. I'm sticking to that story.
You'd better ask me a question I know how to answer.
This letter proves nothing. Fabio wrote it to Mr. Manchios. It's time to free Mr. Vogel.
Do you really think I'm that naive? I need proof, not words from his friend.
Very well. Mr. Pinchetti told me that Mr. Manchios was lavishing Fabio with expensive and eccentric gifts. The letter mentions rich rewards and attempts to buy Fabio with them. It was written to Mr. Manchios. Who else was showering Fabio with luxuries to buy him? It doesn't fit Mr. Vogel's character.
Look here. We had a deal. Give me the murderer and then take your friend with you. I won't budge otherwise.
Well, fine, but you're just wasting time.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Oh, maybe I need to talk. You first. Accused.
The murder of Fabio did not have a ritual purpose, Mr. Manchios. It was staged by a man who wished to distract the investigation.
That might be true. That poor girl Matista wouldn't dare to kill the only man who cared for her. So, Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti snatched at the chance to solve his problems.
Ungrateful little scum. Will he be executed?
But what for? He informed the police as to the crime, that was all. He couldn't stage the ritual, but he found the body, I believe.
I can't believe it. Why did Werner do it?
Mr. Vogel. He had no reason, and he won't be a scapegoat as you plan. You put Fabio's letter in his pocket when he was intoxicated, didn't you?
You can't be serious.
Fingernails.
We can very often deduce someone's life by their shoes or their fingernails. You are a meticulous person, but this murder was fairly traumatic and filthy. After you stabbed Fabio, you were covered in blood. You panicked and neglected to rinse the soap from under your fingernails. The devil is in the details, Mr. Manchios.
Nonsense. I missed it simply because of the busy schedule of the party.
Of course, a staged murder was certainly not planned.
Love was mutual.
You're at the twilight of your life. You have no partner, you have no children. You had feelings, however, for one man. That was Fabio. You loved him. That is, you wished to own him with money and gifts. But he was also a free mind, was he not? He turned his back on him. Quite unjust. Love, so cruel and painful, and Fabio, with his words and deeds, made you feel the more wretched. So you killed him.
You must surely perceive that my sensitive nature wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone.
I don't know about that. You staged a ritual.
You staged the murder as a satanic ritual. It was easy for you, since you were the one who wrote the scenarios for the parties. It was your way of avoiding suspicion. A respectable man in his 60s,
early 60s,
who hosts the cream of Cordona society, cannot possibly be a murderer. But the guests who behave like animals in his mansion, of course, one of them could have killed Fabio.
I did oversee a few of the rituals, but I did not stage Fabio's death.
I'm a passion.
Fabio played with your feelings. That was painful to realize. You spent so much time and effort to be with Fabio, but he didn't respond in the way that you would have liked. You wanted to be loved, but Fabio shattered your dreams. In the smoking lounge, he teased and mocked you. He wanted you to suffer by offering himself to others. The deception was unbearable. You were passionate, and so you struck him. Once you understood your mistake, it was too late. You were afraid, so you staged the ritual. With such a story, you might be sentenced to a few years. It might clean your conscience, and soon the case will be forgotten.
No. No.
This is my decision. I'll talk to Constable Oswald to see what I can do.
We're sticking to it.
There's no fool like an old fool. Kurt Manchios did it. A young boy played with the heart of an old man. The latter couldn't handle it. The evidence I obtained clearly shows that the quarrel was not intended to end badly. It was an accident.
Showing pity towards your own kind, Holmes. Whatever.
All I'm saying is that prison won't take much away from an old and crushed man.
Fine. A big name like that will still give me a promotion. As for my part, not everything was in place. Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones. Including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I've found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all. Your friend is free then. You can leave.
Good luck, Constable.
Nice.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock! The case is closed, and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo!
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
An acceptable outcome.
It was the best decision I could obtain. The truth must be told in the way it is most acceptable.
You're making progress, Sherlock. I was right to believe in you. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
I'm free.
Oh, yes. It's a struggle, but yes, we can make our own decisions. That's what I fight for.
What an endless fight it is. Will you ever give yourself a break, Sherlock? You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Alright, so we need to pick up something, right? On the police table in the archives. Report number 0743. Officers arrived to find the deceased identified as Miss Violet Holmes, lying in the garden of Stonewood Manor. Visual inspection showed the victim to be thoroughly soaked, with a deep vertical incision 2 inches in length down her throat. Her face was swollen and covered in red blotches, likely cause of death, hypoxia. Waiting confirmation from the medical examiner. Main suspect, Otto Richter, was arrested on the scene. The body was sent for autopsy.
The garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
All right, let's go back home. All right, here we go. Old room. Where was that? Right here.
Sherry, please listen to me. Sherry.
John, I always listen to you.
You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through. I don't know what is beyond this door, but I can feel it. Buzzing, angry like a fly at the window.
I know. I can sense it too.
You locked away this memory for a reason. There is only pain here.
Pain? And truth.
You do not need to suffer either. There is so much more we can do on Cordona, so many others we could help. There is no coming back from this.
Is this gonna finish the game where I can't do anything else?
I find myself awash in uncertainty. Perhaps now is not the time, with so much left to do.
Thank you, Sherlock. Thank you. Some doors can remain closed.
Cordona still calls for us, yes. And we will answer. But know this, John. One way or another, we will find ourselves back in front of this door, unable to avoid the truth any longer.
Drowned, mother drowned. The throat wound could either be the final mutilation by her killer or desperate attempt to save her. I believe it's this. So, do we want to do more quests or just end it? I got a little bit of time. Do a quest and we'll come back. I don't know how long it's going to take for this, but I have a feeling this will end the game. Stolen property covered. Backyard on Engineers Lane between Ebernote and Coles Pit. Silverton. Examiner. Let's go back to Silverwood. All the way over here. Nothing near there. I have nothing near there. Who's at the police station? I can do that. Try that. Go to the police station.
He's even been putting up posters, poor man.
It's finding out what happened to Sherlock's mother. Yeah, and I just don't know if it's going to be the end of the game where it's not going to let me go back and do more. That's what I'm worried about. We'll try this quest. If we come short on the quest, and because I want to do more, we'll do that.
Oh, what a long day. Excuse me, but are you Mr. Capello? My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm hoping you could spare a moment to talk.
Manners, what a pleasant surprise. Most of your colleagues have lacked even the simplest of common courtesies.
The reason should be apparent, Mr. Capello. I am not a policeman. I have taken an independent interest in your situation.
Ah, of course, you're a journalist.
Nothing so prosaic. I'm a detective of sorts with an interest in the interesting, such as your case. I'm not after your money nor a scandalous tale for the Gazette, just the truth.
Ah, how quaint. Bene. Ask your questions, Mr. Holmes.
Focus and look. Fresh and fashionable. Wedding ring. A bruised hand. I would say it's methodical. Okay.
You are surprisingly composed for a man accused of murder. Not so easily shaken, I take it.
Life is full of surprises. You'd be astonished how many deals go sour due to a force majeure. One becomes skilled at adapting. I am confident this will all be set straight. Until then, I will endure.
Much how you endure that injured hand. Those bruises look painful, but you seem barely aware of it. Were you attacked?
Ah, no. A minor accident, nothing more. My heady days as a man out to prove his valor are far behind me. I now know that to succeed in life, one must stay calm and plan ahead. The world will turn your way eventually. And if it does not, then one must persuade it so.
Start at the beginning.
Please, tell me how you ended up in this situation.
Well, this morning some clients arrived to finalize their purchase of a Capello modular safe. But when we opened the door, out tumbled a dead man.
And I take it this wasn't normal?
No, I normally keep my corpses in the wardrobe. Please, young man, spare me your wit. The rest of the day was a blur. I recognized the victim, and it seems so did the police. That was enough to make me the main suspect.
Who sent for the authorities?
No one. As it happens, we had a break-in last night. Nothing was stolen, but for insurance purposes, the report had to be made. So, police officers just happened to be on the premises when we discovered the body in the safe.
Who were the customers?
You mentioned you were showing your wares to some prospective buyers when the safe was opened. Who were they?
Clerks from the bank. They inspected the safe from top to bottom yesterday. I assumed the sale was just a formality at that point.
And the safe was closed?
It's usually open, but it locks automatically when the door swings closed. That's another marvelous Capello invention.
A coffin that locks itself. Marvelous indeed.
When did you meet the clients?
Help me grasp your movements yesterday. What time did you meet the customers from the bank, and did you have any other appointments?
Yesterday, the bank clerks arrived at 10 a.m. Afterwards, I was alone in the office until my wife Augusta came in at 3 p.m. I left for home at 6:30 p.m.
And what about this morning?
Our meeting for the demonstration was set for 9 a.m. I arrived about half an hour prior in order to prepare.
I have one final inquiry. Do you recall the time at which the safe door was closed?
Young man, I may just as well ask you when you closed your cigar case. I have opened our safes 12 times a day for 12 years. I do not recall.
Do you know the victim?
You say you became the suspect when the police identified the victim. Is there history between you?
Surely you jest. That man and I have never met, and never would, unless he became the first deity in history to use our products.
Some sort of family feud? I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
You must be new to Cordona. It's an old tale. Back in Italy, generations ago, the deities tried to ruin our family business. They nearly succeeded. The Capellos rightfully struck back, but there has been bad blood ever since.
And does that blood flow in you too?
I told you, sir, it's an old story, or it was.
I fear this horrible event portends worse to come. My wife may be in danger as we speak.
Grab the burglary.
I'd like to inquire about the burglary.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but if you wish to know more, talk to Billy Lloyd, the night watchman. He scared off the thief.
Was it also Billy that discovered the burglar?
No, my wife did. She had stayed late yesterday. Poor Augusta. At least she's safer with the police than at home alone.
I have enough to get underway.
Well, Mr. Capello, I think that's all I need from you at present. Where can I find your office?
Here, take my card. Billy should be on site to assist with the investigation. And please, sir, would you check on my wife before you depart?
Thank you. I will endeavor to speak with her before I leave the station.
Please, treat her gently. Women lack our resilience when it comes to ordeals like this. I shall eagerly await your return. After all, there's little else I can do.
Oh, Sherry, disappointing. We were putting on a show and you call it off halfway through.
Alright, so... his wife's in the police station already. Here, I think. No, that's right.
Mrs. Capello, please wait in the office. The inspector will be here soon.
You must be the inspector.
Would you be Augusta Capello?
Must I really repeat myself to every baby-faced man in uniform that strides in?
Oh, I'm not the inspector, but I am investigating your husband's case as an independent observer.
Then why are you here? Get out.
Mrs. Capello, I mean you no harm. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I'm on your husband's case independently.
Please, Mr. Holmes. I cannot bear to relive it again just for some stranger's pleasure. I wish to be left alone.
Use laudanum, you sent me. Alright. Parting gift from 1875. Alright, wedding ring. Currently working with her husband. She's finishing the wedding ring due to stress. Has recently used laudanum but doesn't seem accustomed to the drug. I'm gonna say emotional.
Whilst I prefer German composers, the harp solo from Lucia di Lammermoor stands out as one of Donizetti's finest contributions to the form. I'm sure Basilio thought the same.
He did. How? Did he tell you how we met?
Oh, there was no need. It is trivial to observe how much you value your memories of playing harp in the orchestra, and even an amateur Italian harpist would be familiar with Donizetti's finest work.
Yes. Music is a balm in these uncertain times. It is nice to meet another who appreciates it.
Much as I appreciate the truth. Please, Mrs. Capello, let me help you and your husband.
I am not unappreciative, sir. But I'm afraid I presently lack the strength.
What about the burglar?
Basilio tells me you were present during the burglary yesterday. What can you tell me about it?
Oh, it gave me such a fright. I fainted, fell to the floor. I wish I could help you, but, I'm just utterly useless. Please, I want to rest before the inspector arrives.
Know the victim?
Were you familiar with the deceased man found in the safe?
No, I did not know him, nor can I conceive of how the poor soul ended up there.
I'll return later.
You've had quite the day, Mrs. Capello. I shall leave you be. If I have further questions, I may visit again later.
Oh, Sherry, disappointing. We were putting on a show and you call it off halfway through.
Okay, so... From Adler Street to the east of Clement's Cathedral. The east. Adler, so somewhere over here. I have to just run it, I think. Oh, I was in the right spot. Right? Maybe? Maybe? I don't... Yeah. Okay, so let's mark it. We're around, here. Oh, try that again. Around here.
He's even been putting up.
Take a look. Try it on. It'll be a nice purchase.
Fine. So on Adler Street to the east of... Okay, so I'm on Adler Street, right? I am. Alright. Here it is.
Hello there.
Hello. You Billy Lloyd.
Ill-fitting pants, wonky nose, and hair that appears to have been cut by your own hand. You must be Billy Lloyd.
Oh, it's you! I knew you'd come.
You did?
You're Mirko Gallia, the best investigative journalist on Cordona. I'm a fan of your work.
Alas, you're mistaken. The name is Sherlock Holmes, and your employer...
Oh, of course. Discretion. I'm sorry. I doubt the policeman upstairs heard me, though, so your secret is safe with me, Sherlock.
Okay.
Mr. Capello told me you were present during the burglary and scared the criminal off the property?
Hey, you should have seen it. As soon as the burglars saw me, they went white as death. Ran out the back door of the office. I heard a thud and cat shrieks, so I think they went over the railing and into the bushes out back. Clearly, my reputation precedes me. Mr. Capello was so proud.
You're a guard, but you didn't give chase.
Well, by the time I made it outside, they were miles away. So I went back to help Mrs. Capello. That kind of gentlemanly courtesy is why I'm so well regarded round these parts.
Can you describe the burglar?
What did the thief look like?
Shorter than me, mid-20s, a huge scar across the right cheek going from the eye. Short hair. She didn't look like a ghost. Too corporeal.
Hold on. She? You didn't think to mention the burglar was a woman?
Why did you assume it was a man? It's the 19th century, sir. Ambitious young women are out there pursuing a career, and I, for one, encourage it.
Yes, yes, spare me the sermon.
When did it happen?
When did the burglary happen?
Oh, after 10 in the evening. I was just talking to Mrs. Capello.
Does she normally work this late?
No, it's the first time it happened. Usually I'm alone at night. I was explaining to Mrs. Capello how drinking water every 3 hours can help with digestion, when she excused herself and went back upstairs. Then there was a scream, and I ran up to the office, and...
I know what happened next, thank you. What about last evening? Do you have any more details about the break-in?
Of course. I write down everything that happens during my watch. Take a look.
Fastidious in its mundanity, but I will make of it what I can.
I need to see the office.
I must go and inspect the crime scene. If I have further questions, Mr. Lloyd, I will find you.
Oh, don't worry. I won't be able to keep away.
Right.
Thanks for blinding me.
The bottle is half empty. A wine, well enjoyed.
Oh.
Recently used, but why would it be here?
I bet you she's having an affair and he went to hide in there and they couldn't get him out.
Bruises, torn nails, bleeding was severe and continued at length. Bulging veins, cyanosis, bloodshot eyes, odd foaming in the mouth. Clear indications of blunt trauma, possibly inflicted before the victim was in the safe.
Oh, maybe not then.
Blood on the safe door could have been left by the victim.
That's what I've been led by.
Clothes are not fully buttoned. Was the victim dressing or undressing? What a rotten way to die.
Yeah, what a shame.
It would be a rotten way to die.
Do you know anything else about the dead body in the safe?
Well, there is the rule of threes. You can survive 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, 3 hours in harsh weather, and 3 minutes
of you talking
without air. I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, very enlightening, Mr. Lloyd. Thank you.
Actually, no. I know of it, but forgot.
Have you noticed anything different about Mrs. Capello recently?
Not really. She talks to me more when I start my shift. Probably because of the 100 Best Curry Recipes book I'm reading. Oh, and we've been running out of paper a lot lately, so she often sends me out to buy more for her. She's very particular about the paper we use. Only one store on the island stocks it, and it's on the other side of the town. But I'm really fast.
Interesting, thank you.
Actually, no. I don't know.
What can you tell me about Mr. Capello?
He's a good employer, but very focused on work, and very serious about security, of course, since he employed a night watch of my caliber. Not everyone appreciates his strict business approach, though. Store clerks don't seem to last long in the office.
Good to know.
We'll take a look at the back. I think that's about all I have left. Alright. Here we go in the back. Lockpicking tools.
The letter F is inscribed within a 4-leaf clover pattern. Passe-muraille. Walk through walls in French. Our thief seems rather arrogant. A comprehensive set of lockpicks, recently cleaned with no fresh scratches.
I'm going to catch the criminal myself, but later.
Lloyd, the code for all safes in the office is 13 zeros, 13, 5. Future Kylan, refrain from locking your trousers in our merchandise. We will have to reconsider your employment. Interesting. I don't see anything here. Oh, I gotta ask him.
Is this code memo still valid?
Oh, yes. It's the same combination code everywhere. It corresponds to Mrs. Capello's birthday, actually. In fact, during this year's celebration, I was allowed a sip of champagne. That's when I had to dry my trousers, and then I had to...
Okay, thank you, Billy.
Oh, okay. Oh, chemical analysis. Poison him? So he's foaming at the mouth? We need 2. -6. 5. Able to do this. Success! Light intoxication, most likely from wine. That's the only thing we got left to go on.
I'm gonna catch the criminal myself, but later.
Maybe police station this sucker? Maybe. Didn't bother looking in this room. Augusta, we do not have time today to chat because my important client meeting, but I'm concerned about your desire to work such late hours. You seem happy about it, which is why I did not bring it up previously, but perhaps it is best that we have a conversation. Sure, we can bring different arrangements. Grand presentation.
The concert program from 7 years ago. An Augusta La Duca is listed as a harpist in the orchestra. Two theatre tickets for Shakespeare's Othello. The performance is tomorrow.
Have to respect the classics.
Signor Capello, it has come to my attention that Nicola Dedi is soon to return to Cordova. I do not know what that means for the future of the Dedi family, but Orazio seems set on saying Roma, so I'll take it as you will. I want to strongly advise on behalf of the whole family that you avoid contact with Niccolo. We have no doubt that you'll be able to retain your composure, even if provoked, but we do not know what the Dedis are planning. Be on your guard, the family reputation is at stake. Bocca al lupo. Naldo Gianni. Diary shows that Basilio Capello's schedule planned weeks ahead. There are several noteworthy recent entries. First, a meeting with a detective from several weeks ago. And the second, 2 dates labeled the safe. Should be in today.
He clearly needs a better work-life balance.
Colo Dedi, a young heir to the Dedi family business, has returned to Cordona after 12 years of studying and working on the mainland. This coincides with the Orazio's Dedi departure to Italy and hints the possibility that Nicola is intending to take over the family business in Cordona. We'll be watching the situation closely as it develops and will endeavor to obtain the reaction from Basilio Capello. The Capello and Dedi feud has been existent for over 200 years, and even though this acrimony has been muted for the past few decades, some still remember the conflicts that Gonzalo Dedi and Vitalo Capello era. We are hoping that Nicola's young mind and Basilo's calm business attitude.
Well-organized workplace?
Yes, this is not here, which we already saw.
Do you know anything about these entries?
No, but Mr. Capello is so well organized. I use a different method, very popular among the Buddhist monks. You create an attic in your mind and...
I'm familiar. Keep it tidy, put only necessary information in, remove unnecessary information regularly.
What? No, it's called an attic. You just stuff it with everything. You never know what might prove helpful someday.
That is profoundly upsetting. Do you know whose keys these are?
Probably Mr. Capello's. Police took him so suddenly. I have the same set, but it's more efficient. Has fewer keys.
So you don't have access to the entire office?
No. Only Mr. and Mrs. Capello have the key to the back door. I know of it, but forgot.
Do you know what this note might be about?
I cannot presume to know another's mind, of course, but I think Mr. and Mrs. Capello have been having some familial difficulties, probably due to their lack of children. One of my oldest friends helps couples with their relationship troubles, and he always says...
You don't have to continue.
Oh, well, he says that to me as well, but I'm perfectly happy to.
No, I insist.
Okay. I believe we gotta go to the police station. Maybe figure out who this person is. I don't think there's anything else to get out of here.
He's even been putting...
Alright, so... Someone with the... With an F, my last name? Property crimes, maybe? Suspects? Oh, F. Felicia. Okay. Living age 26, currently affiliated with the Backyard Boys gang, acting as their master burglar. Backyard Boys have a hideout on K Street, Central Minor End. She has a distinct scar on her right cheek. Gives conflicting stories as to the origin, but has been at least since age 18. Her parents died at sea, and she wasted her inheritance. Felicia turned to crime. Been arrested several times, but been cooperative with the law, lessening the severity of her punishment. K Street.
Maybe it would be wise to take a look around outside before we enter. Just a thought.
Okay, so K Street, right? Miner's End. Here's K Street or Clay Street? Clay Street. It's Central Miner's End. So somewhere around here. About the closest I got. North.
Extra! Extra! Look at what you've done!
Luca Galici. Yeah, we're gonna put it around here. Hideouts on Central and Clay. Almost to Clay. Wonder if I'm gonna need to change my clothes. Out of the way, kid.
Other gangs are planning an attack on the Backyard Boys.
Eric Gormans, Limping Brass. There we go. John was right. It seems that the Backyard Boys have mobilized. Due to the botched robbery of Armor Capello by Felicia, they believe that another gang set them up, and they're going to attack soon. I overheard, however, that the Pipe, the limping information broker of the gang, calling the beggar informants. The Pipe can be found in Marketplace. Alright. Central Miner's End. Market's over here. This way? This way. They're not gonna talk to me as a cop, though.
Our clothes will be worn well, take my word. Step right up.
Wonder what I need. Vagabond?
Why would you even come here then?
House shop lady. Beggar informants. The beggar.
Step right up.
The beggar. Where was that at? Do I need more? What's this? Maybe. I don't know.
I hope you'll be comfortable in it. The worst clothes at the best price.
All right. I got my clothes. All right. I look like a beggar. The pipe can be found in the marketplace. I got some pipe somewhere around here.
One man's trash is another man's furniture.
Okay, so it seems like you need the pipe. Got the fast travel here. Nice. Anybody standing around that would be considered the pipe. Overheard. Pipe. The limping informer broker. Pipe can be found in the marketplace. Alright, so we're just gonna have to find somebody.
Can I ask you a question? What are you trying to sniff around for? I know nothing.
Have this pulled up what I want, right? What's this? What's the other one? That's the one I want.
Help me, please. Oh no, I won't fall for that trick again.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
Buy some clothes and help me feed
One man's trash is another man's furniture.
Oh, who are you?
May I ask you something?
Not my problem.
One man's trash is another.
Have information.
Hello, mister. I've got some information for you. Heard you were asking.
Have you now? Well, let's hear it.
The attack is real hard. Try it.
All of them bandits are getting ready for a bruising. Sticks and guns and angry faces all round.
I see. Better get the boys ready. Take this for your trouble.
Oh, thank you kindly, sir. Thank you.
Now we can get all of you at once. Be ready. It's supposed to be Philip from London. Good impression.
Despite being used, these goods are...
Our clothes will be...
Alright, what am I gonna do? So we're going to...
Well, take my word.
Clay Street again, right? right here. Somewhere.
Help me, please.
Nah, fella. I got no idea about this.
Can't get in there. Wonder if I need a new outfit or something for this. I don't know if I can get in. Preparing to confront the backyard boys. Pipe can be found in marketplace. Yeah. Where do I confront them? I mean, there are places here. No. Close. Maybe policeman again. Oh, it's this door. Maybe I didn't even need to be a policeman uniform. I was going out the wrong door. I have a feeling I just made this really hard for me.
I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you until next month.
Oh, I didn't even see you there.
Get ready for some pain. I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
I'm coming for you.
Oh!
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Oh, wrong one. Oh, that really hurt.
Coming.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Can overcome the...
Get ready for some pain.
Oh no, they don't miss. Ouch.
Dodge this. I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready. Time to knock this guy out.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
No more crime for you until next month.
Oh, hit the wrong button.
I couldn't miss the party.
Oh, light over here I could shoot.
Take a rest.
The snuff's ready.
Oh, God.
I will end you.
I thought we were against
Whoops.
murder.
Okay, I give up.
And here we are, Miss Sevigny. A place where we can talk about all your recent activities. We have a nice profile on you, you know.
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything.
Is there nothing you didn't do, Miss Sevigny? Thieve for the gang, break into the Armor Capello office, kill Niccolo Detti?
What? Kill? I didn't kill nobody. No, how?
So you admit the rest. I suppose you won't mind explaining some things to me then.
Observe. Pick hidden inside. Side of jacket. Bar marks on the leg. Prepared.
You were in the Armor Capello office yesterday evening, Miss Sevigny. The same place that Niccolo Detti was found dead today. What happened?
How would you know? You can't prove anything?
It's written all over you, Miss Sevigny. I presume you did not intend your evening to end with a fall over the railing and a fracas with felines? Need I continue?
Zut alors! It was just a job, nothing else. I was asked to come. Here, see for yourself. I don't know who hired me, but I think they wanted to pin the crime on me. Poor Niccolo.
When did you get a letter?
When were you offered this job?
Ah, mon Dieu. I don't remember precisely. I think the letter arrived around 9:30 in the evening. It sounded tricky, but the money was good.
And you arrived at the office?
Perhaps 45 minutes later. I am very good, sir. I was in and out in 5 minutes.
I don't like lies.
No, wait. Okay. It took 15 minutes. All right? Still impressive, no?
You knew the victim?
You knew Mr. Detti. How?
Niccolo and I grew up together. I hadn't seen him in years, then ran into him on the street, smiling with some lovely lady on his arm.
See him again?
And that was the last time you saw him alive?
Wait. Until I found him dead yesterday. That same woman was there, too. It can't be coincidence.
You saw a woman in the office?
Mm-hmm. She started screaming, so I slammed the safe door and ran when I saw a guard coming.
Okay, run out.
Your thieving days may well be over, Miss Sevigny. Until this matter is resolved, you will remain here. Good day.
Okay. So... am I going the right way? Talk to her? Or do I talk to... How did you know Niccolo?
What exactly was your relationship with Niccolo Detti?
Who? What are you talking about?
Madam, please, a young woman dedicated to her music and an enthusiastic artist, your marriage to Basilio could not have offered all you needed. And then about 6 months ago, you met Niccolo Detti. There was a spark, you started to see each other. It brought passion back into your life.
How could you...
But your tryst didn't go unnoticed. Felicia Sevigny spotted you with Niccolo, but rather than cease your affair, you took care to avoid the public eye. You started working with your husband at the office, and met your lover there in the evening after Basilio departed. Billy would not notice, and you hoped neither would your husband. Do I have this right so far?
Yes. I love Basilio, I truly do. But his first passion is his work. I respect that, but it left me... adrift. Niccolo. Oh, sweet Niccolo. He was the man I needed. If he had had any other name, I would have talked to Basilio. But he was a Detti.
And your husband suspected something.
I think he did. He asked questions. Billy's schedule was moved forwards here. Yes. Yes, he suspected.
How did I?
And thus we arrive at the heart of the matter. How did Mr. Detti end up deceased in the safe?
I do not know.
Madam?
I don't know anything about his death.
Are you sure this is how you wish to proceed?
It is the truth. Please, just leave me be.
Her husband?
Oh, what a long day.
Evidence? Want to accuse her or him? I think she did it, though. I think she did it.
I will return.
Do I need another quest? I don't think she's going to talk to me, though. Try it again, otherwise let's talk to him. I still think she did it, though. We're gonna accuse.
It is a shame it has come to this, but it is patently obvious that you are responsible for Niccolo Detti's death.
How dare you? I wouldn't want him to...
I think she tried to
I
hide
see
him
you
in
need
there.
some persuasion. I know that Niccolo Detti went to the office to meet you.
Oh. No. Yeah, put that.
It was a midnight tryst. Niccolo would visit the office once Basilio left, but this time he returned. So you hid Niccolo in the safe. A foolish move.
I didn't know the code had changed. It was the only choice. I couldn't let him be found. I loved him.
Really? You could have saved his life by simply speaking with your husband, but you sought to free him another way.
Oh, she hired... Okay. She hired the thief. Yeah, the letter. Yeah.
To free Mr. Detty, you hired Felicia Sevigny, a petty burglar, to crack the safe. And as a result, you killed your lover.
No. It's because the combination had changed. It is not my fault.
You are splitting hairs, Mrs. Capello. The fact remains you chose to risk Nicolo's life rather than call your husband. And I know why.
I do with Detty. The fight with the Dettys, right? No. 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 Maybe. I don't know if petition the card. Maybe. We'll go back to that one. No. 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 Good. The lawyer.
You were afraid how it would affect the reputation of the Capellos, and you feared what your husband would do as a consequence.
He's a good man, but he cares about his business, about the family. It would have destroyed him.
And now he's accused of murder, Mrs. Capello. How considerate of you.
Mio Dio, how did this all happen?
You're guilty.
Despite your best intentions, Mrs. Capello, I believe you are to blame for this sorry affair, not Basilio.
I think you're right, sir. Basilio, he does not deserve this. None of this.
It is not my place to decide what is deserved, but perhaps you now know what to say to the inspector.
I do.
Good day, madam.
I don't think Mrs. Capello did this on purpose. I would have let her go.
Alright, so let's go back home. That case took longer than I expected. Let's finish the game up, shall we? It'll be a little late tonight, I think.
He's even...
Sorry, I don't want to listen to you guys. I want to finish the game. Now, let's go with Sherlock. About the stupid hat. Alright, so we gotta go back.
You don't have to do. There is no.
I have to finish it.
John, my animum, my brother, there is nothing more important in this moment than this truth. I know you fear for me, but my path was set long ago. I can no more step off it than I can ask the avalanche to roll back uphill.
Just... please be careful, Sherry. I love you.
Quite. Come on. We'll go together. Why didn't I remember we had such a big garden?
Maybe you forgot it for your own good.
Ah, yes. The statue of Merope. My mother was trying to restore it. Pity she never had the opportunity to finish.
No sprinting. back here? We got nothing back here. Oh, there it
That's
is.
from Mother's favorite tea set. What is it doing in here?
Come here, Sherry. Hurry!
These must help calm her down.
What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?
Is that the raft we made together, John?
Looks more like a pile of rotten planks now.
Don't go, Mother, wait.
$8:45. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Icy. Good night.
I remember this artifact from Mother's collection. Mother's work journal. I liked poring over the detailed pages and reading about my parents' collection.
Here it is. We'll just borrow it for a while.
Did you hear that? Someone's coming. Let's take a peek. You call this progress? Charlotte, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
Any result is progress, even if it is a worsening of her condition. It informs my...
No. I have made my decision. She must be sent to a legitimate medical facility. I will not let her hurt Sherlock.
What? Master Holmes, you do not understand.
That will be all. I expect you to have left the house by week's end.
Not to hurt me.
Sherry, say something. Can you hear me? You're scaring me.
Sherlock, I'm here. Come closer.
Come in, Mother.
Sherry, come here, darling. I'm waiting for you.
Coming, Mother! This was from my mother, wasn't it? I remember how we came to the garden for a breath of fresh air.
Take me to my flowers, Sherry. They must already be in bloom.
As you wish, Mum. I bet you missed the fresh air, didn't you?
Terribly. The sun is far brighter than I remember. But I like it.
We can walk each day from now on, if you want.
That would be wonderful.
The flowers?
Just look at them. The stars of the earth. Even the sky must be jealous of their beauty.
Indeed. Mother, would you like to go around the water?
That would be perfect. I always wanted such a nice pond in London. It looks so peaceful.
Mycroft knew you would like it.
We should put some fish in it. don't you think?
How about some car?
That's a nice idea. Let's visit your father's tree. It grows so fast, just like you.
We could even build a tree house in it.
Yes, Sherry.
Well.
Speaking of your father, could you call him out, please?
Mom! I'm sorry. He passed away. He's gone.
No, he's not.
I'm telling the truth. Did you forget again?
No! Don't you dare say such things! You are a liar like all the others!
Mother!
Oh no.
Don't call me that! You aren't fooling me!
No! Mom, it hurts!
My son would never lie!
Mom, stop!
Who are you? Reveal yourself!
Please, stop! It's me, Sherlock!
You are not my Sherry! Give me my stuff back or I'll kill you!
Whoa. The Mycroft killer? Risk of side effects. Dr. Ricker experimented on my mother with unconventional drugs and treatments. Every dose had a risk of side effects. Was to build up a tolerance of wind danger. The side effects. Mental disease, hysteria. My mother tried to drown me in the pond. Yeah, she did. After Mycroft caught Otto Richter, he blamed him for her mother's death. I'm out. I'm out! Mother drowned. Her throat could either be in final human or desperate attempt to save her. Maybe that then? Someone drowned my mother, either accidentally or on purpose. That's what it appeared to be, though. Otto killed my mother while trying to save me. The drowning was an accident, and he desperately attempted a tracheotomy to save her. Mycroft hid the tooth to protect me. Otto killed my mother and ended her suffering and saved my life. Yeah, and that's what I'm... I don't think she drowned, though. My mother drowned. Her throat wound could either be a final humiliation by a killer or a desperate attempt to save her. But he wasn't trying to save her, I don't think. I believe they did that to... Maybe? I had an allergic reaction to her medication and she suffocated. That wouldn't be the case, though. If we did it for a memory, we wouldn't have done that. Came from John, which means that I cannot trust my own mind. To heal myself, I must get rid of John. Mycroft, yet the truth protect me. I did to give her medication, which caused the allergic reaction that killed her. It's my guilt. Mycroft, yet the truth protect me. But if it's based on the memory, this wouldn't work that way. Yikes. This one makes more sense. I don't kill my mother to end her suffering and save my life. Drowning was an accident, and he deliberately attempted a tracheotomy to save her. But she wasn't drowning. Or did he... Did he accidentally drown her while saving me? I think I'm gonna go for this one. I think an accident. Are you sure? Yes.
Sherlock. Sherlock. Can you hear me? Come on, wake up.
Get off me.
Sherry.
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me.
You couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shouldered it for you. I took your pain, your horror.
Otto Richter murdered my mother, and Mycroft covered it up. Whisked me away from this place, buried me in schoolwork, and left the past to rot.
And you needed a way to cope, so I helped.
You were a lie, John. A fiction. A crutch.
No, I was a friend.
Well, they said she drowned.
Please.
And they did tracheotomy, which would make sense if they're trying to protect me. She ended up
okay?
Drowning?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he worth it?
Why is he here?
I think, in his own way, he was trying to protect me. A truth I couldn't bear. But now I must face it.
He's disappeared.
Sherlock, what are you doing?
You kept me in the dark and kept your actions quiet. You enabled Richter and his untested quackery for far too long. And worse, you wanted to lock up our mother.
I wanted to give you a chance at normalcy, childhood. There was no changing what happened, no good to come of dwelling in the past.
It was lies upon lies. Otto Richter was trying to save her, but you decided he deserved to take the fall. Is that justice?
The big picture, Sherlock. The big picture. Perhaps Richter was not responsible for her fit of rage, but his treatment led inexorably to that moment. You were so fragile. I could not... I just couldn't. I chose us over him.
You know, for once I believe you. Perhaps now that the truth is out, I can actually do what you had hoped. Leave it all in the past.
Good. You have your whole life ahead of you, Sherlock. It is time you got on with it.
I was worried there for a minute, Sherry. Really worried. I didn't want to hurt you. What's so funny?
I am talking to myself, John. I think I was hurt regardless.
But we made a good team, eh? Explored every inch of this place together. Helped a lot of people. Terrorized a few too, I suppose. I think I may go so far as to say, Sherry, that I have not lived wholly in vain.
So that's it. It's over.
You've opened every door, Sherry. Faced the past you locked away. You don't need me anymore.
I know. I will miss you all the same. I don't want you to go.
Yes, you do.
Goodbye, John.
Sure, all my wardrobe outfits would all fit in that bag.
Why are you here?
Closure, I suppose. And to help a friend.
You and I are not friends. In a race between the thawing of the ice caps and our friendship, I would buy a boat.
Ha! Is that right?
I can see it now. I know what you did.
What did I do?
You needled me. From the moment we met, you were searching for weakness. You pushed me to pursue the truth about my mother. You questioned everything I did, everything I believed, to break me. To blur truth and fiction, reality, morality. A saboteur in silk. Was it vengeance, Werner? Or do you prefer Klaus?
Excuse me?
You are Klaus Richter, Otto's younger brother. Do you hold me responsible for his end?
Ha! There was no love lost between me and my brother. I am sure you can relate. Otto was merely the gravity that pulled me into your orbit. Or you into mine. Once I met you, I could not keep away.
Why? What reason do you have for all this?
To help you.
You're lying.
To show you that you were wrong.
More lies. I know you now, Werner. Try again.
To see what had happened. Or is that yet another untruth? Does it matter? Take your pick. Who cares? You're my masterpiece. I turned Sisyphus into Ozymandias. You could not see the futility of your quest until I helped you to let go of the rock. And now, nothing beside remains.
I remain. Despite you, and to spite you.
It is a matter of will and power now. Will you overcome this, or shall you decay? Oh, on that note, I brought you something.
I want nothing more from you.
When one wants for nothing, Sherlock, the best thing to get them is something personal. So, here you are. Now, please excuse me, but the gallery calls. I'm already conceiving my next project. You really are beautiful.
My brother returned to London soon after our disagreement. He enrolled at Cambridge University, but attends only the rare classes that hold his interest. I hear he took employment at a hospital laboratory, obsessing over his experiments. I suppose he seeks solace in the empirical truth of a chemical test. I am afraid for him. His evenings are spent alone, solving citizens' menial mysteries to pass the time. And I suspect he is growing paranoid. One of my agent's vehicles recently ignited during a surveillance operation. She was lucky to get out alive. There is only one man who could orchestrate such a feat. Or perhaps two. I saved my brother. He will never forgive me.
I found it! I found it!
And what is that?
How far, bruises may be produced after death? How are you? You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth did you know that?
Never mind. The question now is about bruising. No doubt you see the significance of this discovery of mine.
It is interesting, no doubt, but practically...
Why, it is the most practical medico-legal discovery for years. Had we these data sooner, hundreds of men would have paid the penalty for their crimes. Cases oft hinge upon how a man died. Now, we can know which wounds he suffered alive, which occurred post-mortem, and what instrument was responsible. And ergo, one will soon be able to calculate with utmost precision when and where death occurred, sparing the innocent and damning the guilty.
Well, then you are to be congratulated.
Indeed. But, you came here on business.
Correct again. I am looking for someone with whom to take diggings, and heard you were complaining that you could get no one to go halves with you.
I have my eye on a suite in Baker Street, which would suit us down to the ground. You don't mind the smell of strong tobacco, I hope?
I smoke ships myself.
That's good enough. I get in the dumps at times, and don't open my mouth for days on end. Just let me alone, and I'll soon be right. What have you to confess now? It's best for two fellows to know what bruises each other carries before they begin to live together.
John?
My last companion and I...
Well, I object to rows because my nerves are shaken. And I get up at all sorts of ungodly hours. And I am extremely lazy. I have another set of vices when I'm well. But those are the principal ones at present.
Do you include violin playing in your category for rout?
It depends on the player. A well-played violin is a treat for the gods. A badly played one.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think we may consider the thing as settled. Oh, forgive my manners. My attention wavers. Sherlock Holmes.
Dr. John Watson.
John.
Nice. All right. Now I wonder if I would have picked a different different outcome, would the video be this different? Or would it be the same because I'm still confronting Mycroft for him basically lying to me? When I first started this game, I was a little iffy I was going to like it. Because I got really stumped because they didn't really explain how to do... how to figure stuff out. But once you get it figured out, it's turned out quite fun. I quite enjoyed this. Now, this is a chapter 1, so I'm going to guess there's a chapter 2? Different end of the garden. Same Vogel scene, different storyboard transition. Same Watson scene. Okay. Okay. So if you played this, have you played this before, Shady? At the end. What decision did you make at the end then? Pick it where you blame John, or is there a correct ending? You killed John. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed this. That's awesome. All right. All can if you choose it, but some are nicer than others. Oh. I was, from looking at the thing, I thought maybe that Otto saved me, but ended up killing her. And then he used a tracheotomy to try to save her. Oh, it's a sad one? Oh. Well, then you have to go with your, basically yourself killed her. Yeah, that would make me feel horrible. Well, we're going to end it here for the night. I went about 40 minutes over for normal. Yeah, we're going to have to end it here for the night. I got to get up at 6, so I got to get up in 5.5 hours. If you're curious, I'll probably have to watch them. I might do that tomorrow, just to see what the endings are. Yeah, we'll continue on streaming Thursday night. Well, not continue, but we'll be doing Thursday night, same time as always. We're going to be doing Eternal Edge. Developers, I guess, were inspired by Zelda Breath of the Wild. So we'll give that a try, see how well that is. But I'd like to thank everybody for spending some time here. If you did enjoy this, if you're watching on YouTube, please give me a sub. Or if you're on Twitch, please give me a follow. And I'll see you all next time.